Yo, Kukri, what up? Okay, making sure that that's working, which it is, which is good. So today's Thursday. So I kind of forgot, but they've updated Pokemon Go now that every Thursday there's going to be like a mystery bonus and whatnot. So this one, it's 2 times catch candy, which is freaking great. So some of the stream might be me catching Pokemon for the 2 times candy, because that's kind of good for me anyhow. That means just 2 for the price of 1, basically. Where can I set this down? So literally, yeah, right there is fine, which is good because it's right beside me. Hey, open list. Alrighty then. Let's do this. I know we got that because I was looking at that last night. What is that? What is this? What? So they cut down the stock? One of a kind example rifle that was intended to be valued and used as houses. Except it has a very unique, highly modified butt stack that incorporated a steel loop section of the lower cleaning rod mounted on the underside of the forend. It was standard sling bar and swivel noted earlier, cavalry carbines. I didn't know they made that. Currently trying to find a good strong grip for my M4, 4 studs in width and 4 or 5 in top length. 4 studs wide would be fine. Try to incorporate as much Technic in it as possible, because that's how you'll end up getting the most strength out of it. So this is a very interesting Springfield 1903. The problem is I just don't want to make this stock, really. But this is very interesting. Wow, I did not know you could do that. So it's got the standard sight, standard bolt from the looks of it. It's just this stock that's been changed. So that's definitely interesting, though. I know that they have the Pedersen device. I think this is the weird trench one that you could turn into like a periscope or something. I think. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you guys. I don't really remember. And then they have the trench magazine version, which is just a larger magazine version. And I have kind of thought about doing the trench magazine one. This is the one that you can shoot, like down here is where you would shoulder it, and then you'd put your face here, and it has mirrors that let you line up everything, and then you can actually operate the bolts from down here too. It's pretty fucking crazy. Do I have Battlefield 1? No, I don't care for trash. No, I'm good. Not that Battlefield 1 was trash. Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4 were both fantastic games that I love to play. And then they hit us with the World War I theme, and I didn't really want that. And then after that, I just... World War II. as much as people said, yeah, they wanted to go back to the older times, the older eras, I really didn't want to go back to the older eras. I actually really didn't have a problem with the 3D movement and a lot of the newer games. It was just I had a problem with trash 3D movement. So the biggest trash 3D movement that I can think about is Advanced Warfare. Advanced Warfare had the worst 3D movement possible. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about making the Pedersen device at all, to be honest. I think my different username already made a really good Pedersen device, so I don't need to. I hated in Advanced Warfare. If the second you start getting shot, you just double tap that A button and you would take off in one direction way too fast, and it would just good luck. If you didn't have an Elite controller at that time, you were screwed. You were trash at that game. Everyone else was better. I think by far, though, the Titanfall 1 and 2 are probably the best 3D movement games possible. It just feels so good to be able to parkour in that game. Good parkour in that game is just so fluid. It almost starts to feel a little bit like, what's it called? Mirror's Edge. So I really liked Titanfall 1 and 2. The problem is Titanfall 2, oh, here's that, the periscope rifle thing that I was talking about and how this folds in a very weird way. Definitely not going to do that. The problem with Titanfall 2 is it was just so grindy. Like, you had to do so much stuff to complete one gun, and I just got out of it. I was so done. I couldn't anymore, honestly. It's the only thing that killed Titanfall 2 for me. It just felt like I was getting nowhere with like how much I was actually doing stuff with people. It just didn't feel like I was doing anything. Wow, that's an interesting looking thing. Definitely not going to end up making that. Best COD games are, yeah, it does. Definitely this. The B-Hop, really good. Best COD games are Black Ops 2 and World at War and Call of Duty 4. I don't agree with World at War because I didn't play enough of World at War to actually form an opinion on that because I just started not too long. I played World at War on my PlayStation 2, and for those of you who don't know, there is a huge difference between World at War on the PlayStation 2 versus the next-gen consoles after PlayStation 2. So I really couldn't get into World at War all too much. Black Ops 2, I played the ever-living crap out of. In fact, why don't we make something from Black Ops 2 today? I feel like making something from Black Ops 2. I think we've made everything in the SMGs list except for... is this everything? I think this is everything because they doing that stupid tier list thing. Assault rifles down to there. Shotguns down to there. Light machine guns down to there. Sniper rifles down to there. Special. And then we have the MP7, PDW57. Oh, we haven't done the Chi-Com and the MSMC. So the Chi-Com or the MSMC would be one of the two things that we do today. No, I'm good. Chi-Com, CQB. Give me a second, because we are not done with this conversation just yet. Wow, I really wish this image was everything, because that would be great. And then this one's so small. We can do this, and it's just not... Yeah, gosh, that's terrible. That's so terrible. Wow, someone made it out of blocks in Minecraft. Oh, it's so weird because you can tell that this is straight here, but it's at an angle here. Oh man, that is weird. What is this? Interesting. What is this? Goodness. I mean, technically, we could make something else from here on this wonderful list. Because there's a crap ton of stuff. Damn, we haven't made a lot of stuff from this game. Dang. Same thing with Black Ops 1. We haven't made a lot of Black Ops 1 weapons either. I feel like this is everything. Because that's all the assault rifles, all the SMGs, all the LMGs, all the shotguns. Other than this one, that was in an actual multiplayer. And then that's all the sniper rifles. So we could also technically make something from here as well. Shoot, what to do? What to do, what to do, what to do? Maybe... What do we make? What do we make? I don't know, and it's hurting my brain. Do the ballista, so don't do that. I've already got a very good ballista, actually. Like a very good ballista. Do I have an instance by chance? Because if I have an instance, we need to use that. I do, in fact, have an instance. We're definitely using that. Because I need to catch some stuff. Roselia. Dang it. 180 CPU Roselia, too. Like I said, I already have a very good ballista. I got a magic carp as my research task completions. Let's see if it's going to be any good. So yeah, I've already got a good ballista, so I'm not too worried about making another one. I've already got a Beretta 23R from SNUGGOLE. He no longer makes stuff in the community, unfortunately, but he did make instructions that I used to make my Beretta 23R. I need to remake the Beretta 23R because now I have better ways of doing things, but it is what it is. The FAO we could technically do because Zen made one recently that I was going to copy and use for a whole bunch of FALs. So we could technically do that. Right now it is 617 where I am. So I don't need to do the 5.7 because I've already also got a good 5.7, Bwawker's 5.7 I should say, which right there should put an end to any debate on whether or not it's good or not, because it's definitely good if it was Bwawker's 5.7. These are the secondaries though. I technically have all of these except for the cap 40. And I don't feel like making the cap 40, so that's also not going to happen. Open image, new tab like we had before. I have a DSR-50. I have the Ballista. I do, in fact, have an SVU AS that we could modify slightly to include it. And then after that, we just have to make the XPR-50, and that would be all the sniper rifles. Okay, so I'm getting a little ahead of myself because technically we haven't finished all of Call of Duty 4 weapons yet. These are the last of the Call of Duty 4 weapons that we need to do. The STG-44 we're going to use Zens for. So technically need to do something else here. The USP-45, I got someone giving me one of those, so we'll have that covered. The M9, do I feel like making the M9 today? Not really. Do I make the M9 today? Possibly, because I don't feel like starting the RPD and stuff. So let's take a look at maybe starting the M9. Hey, no problem, man. See you later. Thanks for coming out. Yeah, but at the same time, as much as I want to jump into doing Black Ops 2 weapons, I do also need to finish COD 4, because if I finish all the guns from COD 4, that'll be the first game that I've completely finished from start to finish in terms of guns. Other than like a couple miscellaneous stuff here and there that I really don't want to finish entirely. Is this what it looked like? So basically, just a regular old M9 from what I can tell. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah. So what if we go to all and then we do this? Here it is. IMFDB, Internet Movie Firearms Database. And we scroll down to this. Yeah, this is all I really needed right here. This in particular. What image in your time? And then boom. All right, so now that's our actual reference image. Bwawker did make a really good M9. What popped up? A Bellsprout. Fantastic. I don't need 2 times catch candy on Bellsprouts, but here we go. We got one. Will I do the 9mm AK? I've done plenty. I actually did a 9mm AK last night. So before we're getting into doing this is the one I made last night. This is called the Viper MA9. It's literally a 9mm AK that's chambered to take Glock magazines. Glock magazine, courtesy of a different username. So, yeah, I've done a lot of 9mm AKs. This being the most recent one. Bwawker's M9 is really good. I just might potentially feel like I could do better. It just depends on if I can or can't at this point. So thusly, the question becomes, how do we do this? And the answer is, as it always should be, we are going to use bracket pieces. And we are going to start in a very weird spot. Are you asking, like, which one do I prefer? Or no? Clarify that so I know which one you're talking about. Prefer. Okay. I'm gonna say Kyle's. Primarily because I think Chris may have tried a little too hard, in the sense that like there's so many working features on his that Kyle's ends up like looking a little bit better than Chris's. Not that Chris did a bad job or anything. It's just Kyle's ends up looking better. At the same time, though, it's what popped up. A Carvana. This is the third one today. Carnivine. I'm sorry, not Carvana. God, I don't really need them. I just feel like Kyle, even without like all the working features on his, is still relatively good for what it is. I definitely like his better at this point. I'd be pretty comfortable in saying that. Again, not that Chris did a bad job. I just think Kyle's is better for what it is. I should probably figure out how long M92SB is. M92SB length. Good enough. Barrel length, 4.9 inches, or 125 millimeters. 125 millimeters is 15-ish studs. So for this image here, the barrel is here-ish to there-ish. So like 14 studs backwards. So we already got 2 plus this. So that would be the barrel, and then this would start the rest of it. So the length overall is 217, which is 27 studs long. So 12 and 12 is 24. 24 plus 3, 25, 26, 27. A Licky Tongue popped up. Awesome, because I didn't actually really participate in the raid day for Licky Tongue. So having 2 times catch candy for that's cool. I don't get the exclusive community, well, it wasn't a community day. I don't get the exclusive raid move, but at the same time, I'm okay with that. As long as I be able to catch something that's 100%, because I only have 100% Pokemon, and it is absolutely trash. And this one is not good either, so that really sucks. We got 18 minutes left on the slur. His vector is a really clean looking vector, but it gives me a fucking headache to think about just how complicated all of that shit was, dude. Because that's a really complicated thing going on right there. That's not something that you can just look at and understand like every single intricate detail about. You have to like sit there and basically just be a genius to understand that thing. His vector is what inspired me to get a good vector, but at the same time I knew that I wasn't going to try to get like every single possible working feature on the vector as well, because that's just a ridiculous amount of work, really, that I did not want for myself. Just going for every single possible like look for that I did not want to do. So the problem is that this is more like 6 studs in length. Just kind of hard to do because I can't really just do something like this. So it doesn't, it kind of stands out a little too much. Yeah. Like I said, it's not that he's a bad builder. It just, sometimes it's a little too fucking complicated for me. It just feels like it's a little overkill for what you're doing. Like, it's okay to not go that complicated sometimes. Go for a little bit less. So you're not, like, driving yourself fucking crazy. Trying to do everything, like, as perfect as possible. Because I can only imagine how it's going to feel if you, like, oh man, this one stud right here needs to be half lower and I just can't get it to go half lower. You know, that right there would drive me absolutely insane. Trying to get like all the perfect dimensions and everything like that, I just isn't. I'm not really interested in that hyper realistic stuff. I know that some people are really good at it, but that's not where I'm at right now. I would need a lot of research and development time for stuff like that I just currently don't have. I could probably end up going and getting a lot of my Lego pieces out of storage for once, but at the same time, I don't have as much time as some other people. Hey, no problems then. Thanks for stopping by, man. I just sometimes too it's kind of hard to say like in a non-mean way. It is but it isn't. Like sometimes you just don't need to do the most complicated thing in the world. Sometimes the more bare basic shit would be just fine. Honestly. Like you don't have to go so hard on everything. I think the people who are truly into Lego understand that there are limitations to what Lego can and cannot do, and therefore there are limitations on what you can and cannot replicate. And we can always try to innovate and be better and do a lot better on what we're trying to replicate. We can always try to find the perfect shape for what we're doing. The problem obviously is you're not always going to be 100% successful for that. And the people who might not necessarily understand that can just buzz off at this point, basically. What is this? A metadite. We definitely need double catch candy on this. This is good. I do not yet have a meta jam, so I'm happy that we can get this on 2 times catch candy. I like gym because the more basic gym models have only taken me a couple of moments to be able to change into something else. Like I've done plenty of Jim's Lego Guns conversions. Like just taking one of his models, doing a change here and a change there, and then being done. Because I didn't have to do too much with it. It was already relatively good for what it is. Honestly, the Chicom CQB that we're going to end up having to make sometime soon, I have his T5 SMG that he made from Rainbow Six Siege. I think that's what it's called in Rainbow Six Siege. We'll probably end up using that as the base, to be completely honest. because it's honestly not bad. And it would be extremely easy. A couple slight changes here and there, and it would be ready to go for that particular role. So it's just one of those things, man. I just maybe, well, yeah, I'm not too afraid to say it. Maybe it's like a jealousy talking. That, oh man, Chris is way better than me. I'll never be that level. And that's why, I don't want to say I'm hating on him, but I'm like, about some of his stuff. It's just like, damn, dude, did you really have to do that much to accomplish this? You couldn't do like something small, a Patrat. I don't need 2 times catch candy on you, but if I find a 100% version of you, I definitely will, so might as well. Got a critical catch on that Patrat. I have a lot of respect for Hopman because he does some fantastic models. But damn, dude, like, does it really have to be that complicated sometimes? I think that's a good way to say it. I don't even know anymore. Does this fit? Oh, I wish it did. That'd be cool. Anywho, so for this, what we're gonna do is something basically along the lines of just this. Oh wait, that doesn't go there. And then we just gotta figure out what part we'll end up putting there. But we'll figure that out here in a moment. I really would like to have that 2x2 rounded plate that I put in there, but I can't. He was definitely a good inspiration because like I said, I have also done a couple builds because he's inspired me to like try to do better. For example, my most recent vector, I really wanted it to be good because his was just far better. I just have to now find a way to get better, basically. Yes, Isaiah, this is in fact a Beretta M9 slide. We're going to make the second to last pistol that we need from Call of Duty 4. Because if I finish Call of Duty 4, then that's the first game that I have 100%ed in terms of making out of Legos. Yeah, man. I feel you. Definitely not an ambidextrous design, but it does rotate. We should definitely save this. Beretta M9 COD 4 work in progress version 1. So yeah, you can move it up and down. Not ambidextrous, but I'm fine with that because the slide design is kind of complicated. What popped up? A Chikorita. Technically also don't need 2 times bonus candy on you, but again, if I get a 100% version of you, I'll definitely need the candy to level you up and whatnot, so it's a good thing. Alright, so this slide here kind of rounds off. So we need to figure out a way to go from here and here and here and here and get those two kind of together. So this can slide in here because no one's going to see this, thankfully. That will tie that together. And this can slide in here like so. And that'll be that. That's good. Alright, so now we need to basically get this curve over the top of everything, which, hey, see you later, open list. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with that. I would like to close this up somewhat, like so-ish, maybe. And then do something down here. We can, well, I mean, it is just smooth down here other than the writing, which is no big deal. We don't technically need the writing. Though we technically would have the space to do it if we really wanted to. Alright, so then on the inside, we could do 1, 2, 3, 4. A 4 would fit here, like so. Then a 1, and then a 1. Crap. Boom. Just like so. And we'll do, where is it at? This, right there, like so. Then to close this off, do a 1 and a 1, so it looks nice and smooth. In real life, there would be a bracket piece that would go right in between there, but unfortunately, LDD hasn't updated to include that piece, so we cannot actually use it. This also sucks because there's a piece that we could use to kind of alleviate this issue, but we don't have it inside of LDD. So technically for that, we, in order to actually close it off, would have to do the cheese slope method, and cheese slope method is not a perfect circle, so it doesn't fit all too well there, unfortunately. So that goes like that, goes like that, and then pretty basic sights. Just can actually delete this, place this there instead. All the sights really do is what piece do we want to use? We could use the Hopman method here. We could do something like this. Like I said, this is the Hopman method. Something that Hopman does for his. I really wish that this would come down here. So I don't want to do that. It sticks up a little too high for my personal tastes. So we literally might just do like a square block of some type. I wish we had a Bidoof. Nice. I have been looking for, believe it or not, a 100% Bidoof, so I can get a perfect Bidoof, and I can name it like Perfect Bidoof from oh, I forgot the name. The animated shorts that someone has put out about that. Perfect Bidoof. What's what if we did just this for now? Yeah, I'd be fine with that for now as a basic sight. And then for the front post, actually, we could do the old school blade, just like that. Yes, I am fine with that. Let's close off this back section here, like so. And then that's that. Hey, nobody in particular. Long time no see, dude. So this goes there, that goes there, this goes there. And just like that, we have a Beretta M9 slide. So the hard part is now figuring out how exactly we're going to mount this inside of a frame of an actual handgun, because I also don't like this front sight. I have probably moved twice now since the last time that you were actually in stream. I was inside of my grandmother's home for quite a bit of time. And then I kind of convinced them to allow me to move into the camper, but still on the property, which they allowed. And then me and my girlfriend got this apartment that you see behind me with a roommate. So yeah, I have actually moved a couple times at this point. Alright, so to mount this, what I'm thinking about doing is deleting that, placing it with these, because that's needed, and then doing something along the lines of this. So we know that the Beretta M9 has this thing down here. So we could do something like that. And something like this here. And then a flat there. And then we'll possibly be able to build up from around that. Possibly. Not really sure. This also might be 3 studs instead of just 2. Yeah, I've done a lot of moving, but it's not too bad. It's a lot different to be on your own. I can kind of stream like this, and the only real person I have to worry about like just barging in at this point is my girlfriend, which is not that bad of a worry, because most of you guys have seen her on stream before anyways. And my roommate usually, for the most part, stays in her room. So I don't have to worry about like a whole bunch of random noise or anything. To be fair, it is downtown Orlando, and it gets loud at times. I'm sure a lot of people can vouch that sometimes there's just background noise from whatever the hell is going on. But honestly, not that bad. It's going to probably destroy itself before you get around to destroying it, because it does not like me streaming, like, at all. Streaming and this Mac do not mix all too well, to be completely honest with you, because it just does not like it, like, at all, man. Macs aren't bad. I've actually really enjoyed this Mac. I'm going to be completely honest with you. We also need the 7 long with the stop, because I believe there is a 7 long with the stop in it. 8 long with the stop in it. Perfect. So this will travel 1, 2, 3, 4 studs backwards before we have to actually stop it from traveling backwards. So now then the question becomes, do we build this upside down or right side up? And which one will allow us to accomplish what we need to accomplish? So the irony is, I did say that this Mac is going to like destroy itself because it doesn't want to like live stream all too much. It really doesn't like to live stream in particular. But at the same time, my next major purchase is probably going to end up being a desktop Mac. So I say that I don't want it, but at the same time I kind of do. I'm going to pop another incense because my other one just ran out and I didn't realize. So upside down is best, but it is going to leave a gap that's going to be incredibly hard to close. So if I build right side up, you can see that this gap right here is very minimum. Another Patrat. I don't need that, unfortunately. Dang it. I pop an incense and all I get is trash, other than the Licky Tongue. The Licky Tongue was good, other than it has horrible IVs on it, but that's not too bad. That's empty, so we're going to just get that out of the way. Official drink sponsor of today's stream, Pepsi Company, PepsiCo, Sunkissed, and the orange variety. Because I live in Florida and orange is our state fruit, basically, at this point. Might as well be. You dare oppose me about computer knowledge, mortal? Yeah. So one of the main reasons that I went with Mac, originally this one, to be honest with you, is because I read the reviews for the Microsoft Surface Pro, which is what I was originally looking at getting. My intended use for this particular laptop was to be used while I was at work in my truck when I was in my downtime, because at the time I was doing basically 30 minutes worth of work and then 30 minutes of sitting around because my partner was doing all the paperwork. So that's what I would use this. I'd bring this along, and while he was doing all the paperwork, I'd build inside of Lego Digital Designer on this. And I needed something small and portable. So when I did my research, I basically came to the conclusion of two different things, either a MacBook Air or a Microsoft Surface Pro. I carried a MacBook Air in high school pretty much my entire career, so almost 4 years of MacBook Air, because that's what they issued to us as students to use, and I liked it. And I knew it could run LED because I did plenty of videos on my channel on my school's MacBook Air and uploaded them using the school's Wi-Fi. Fun times. So I was like, yeah, but at the same time, I am more of a PC guy, so let me check and see how exactly that's going to work out. So I checked the reviews for the Surface Pro, and apparently the screen on the Surface Pro dies relatively fast, and there's not a lot of really good support for it. So my immediate thought was, well, I could just go with the MacBook Air and get some pretty good Apple support with it, because Apple's kind of good about their support. So I ended up going with the MacBook Air on tax-free weekend because I didn't have to pay taxes on it. And then I ended up moving over to heavy construction for my job, so I stopped having downtime. So now my laptop basically stays home on this desk, and I use it whenever I feel like a badoof. So I could have probably went with the Surface Pro, but at the same time, I also just recently upgraded to an iPhone 11 base edition, nothing too fancy. It only cost me $37 more on my monthly Verizon bill, which is it's not going to break the bank. And my girlfriend also uses Apple products, and I have an iPod, and they all talk to each other pretty seamlessly, which as a PC guy, I never really bothered with any of that, but now I can see the advantages of them all talking to one another. So it's really nice because iPhone, I used to be a Samsung person. On my Samsung, I could picture-in-picture YouTube, so I could text at the same time I had a YouTube video down in the lower hand corner, and I could play games while everything was going back and forth. I can't do that on an iPhone. At least I haven't figured out how to, because I don't think you can. So what's nice is I'll have a YouTube video playing on my phone, and I'll get a text. I would just open messages on my laptop, type the text way faster than I can on my phone, and then send it via that, which I do like about this as well. So it has its benefits, and it has its drawbacks, and I understand that. The next thing I'll be getting is a 27-inch iMac standalone desktop computer, because TV production for 3 years in high school, we used nothing but 27-inch iMacs. And even though they were kind of old, it was really nice. I did really enjoy using them, so I would like to get that. What Pokemon game am I playing? Pokemon Go. Right as I started stream at 6, a notification popped up that the event hour is going on right now, or whatever they want to call it. Ooh, there's an Abra right before Community Day too. So I have to catch this in order to get the candy for it. Otherwise, it's just going to run away. So here we go, fam. Over you go. And will it catch? I did. Fantastic. Let's appraise this. Is it good? Wow. 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 That's garbage right there. Straight garbage. Oh man. Hey Gavin. At this point, I might as well be an Apple person. I don't completely agree with everything that Apple does, but at the same time, they are kind of good. The Beretta M9 from Call of Duty 4 is what we're building. So this is everything that we have so far, which is looking really good. I'm really happy with this. The slide in particular is really good. The problem is going to be now figuring out how to accomplish everything else. I don't want to chip. Dang it. Yeah, I don't need the MacBook Pro or the Mac Pro because I don't think I'm going to end up using like all the specs in that or anything. Well, nice. How interesting. Swell Blue. I definitely need that. But the more like base version, I should be completely fine with. So that's kind of what I was really just looking for. The more basic version, 27-inch. And it doesn't even need to have the Retina display in it, but if it does, then no big deal. Hopefully with all the coronavirus and stuff, there's some major things that happen that make it easier for me to be able to save up some money and whatnot. So we'll see how that turns out for me, basically. All right, so I'm not going to pay that much for it. I don't, like I said, I just don't need those types of specs, really, is like my biggest thing. Like seriously, I don't need that. I could understand if I was producing music or editing videos, if I played Minecraft professionally, in the sense that I was like on the Hermitcraft server. That's like the only server that I can even think about because it's the only one I really watch. Hey King Shark. 6K for a PC with parts not even worth 3K. It's Apple. You're paying for the brand name. That's seriously that's what you're paying for. It's the brand name. And the sad part is people still pay it. I'm one of those people. And I will readily admit that because I'm enjoying their products. I also kind of enjoy this somewhat security that they kind of go for, in the sense that like it's been alright. You remember that really big court case that was going on? What's the difference between these two things? There was a really big court case going on about Apple needed to make the government a key to get through the encryption so that they could unencrypt a phone that was at the center of a murder? Something like that. And Apple was basically like, nah, we're not going to do that because then, you know, if it gets leaked or anything like that, anyone in the world could use it for nefarious purposes and whatnot. I have a lot of respect for them because of that. And I kind of really like that they were willing to stand up and be like, nah, you're not going to get that because we basically know that it's going to be used for nefarious purposes, and we don't agree with that. I like that. Of course, this is not going to fit. So this is the problem here. So what if we did right side up? I don't think this is going to... Okay, so that fits, which is good. A Rattata. I have plenty of Rattata candy, so I don't need that either. Neat, man. Glad to hear it. I got an excellent throw on a Rattata. I always get throws, the good throws and stuff on crap that I just don't need. And it's sad. It's really sad. Why get an excellent throw on a Rattata when you don't need to get an excellent throw on a Rattata? I don't know. I don't know. A Zigzagoon. I don't need a Zigzagoon, but again, if it's 100% Zigzagoon, then I guess I needed the Zigzagoon. I just catch everything in sight at this point. You got a 3DS for Christmas? Mine's actually right there in the bag. I don't play mine all too much. I bought mine when Sun and Moon came out. No, when X and Y came out is when I bought mine because I was actually really looking forward to playing X and Y because I'm not a huge Pokemon fan, but I am a Pokemon fan. So I did want to play X and Y, and that was the kind of like turning point, I guess. That's when they basically said, yeah, it's no longer going to be on Nintendo DS. It's now going to be strictly 3DS. So I ended up basically scrounging together as much money as possible that I could to go buy my own 3DS. I had to borrow some money from a couple friends, put together like pocket change that I could find, and then have someone drive me over to a GameStop to buy a used one. I played X and Y. I don't even think I beat X and Y. I played a quarter of Sun, didn't even finish Sun. And then I think Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon were the next ones after that. I didn't even buy that and play that because I had just fallen out of playing handhelds at that point in time. And then at that point, I think that was Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I didn't play either of them. Yeah, that's pretty much it, ain't it? I honestly did not use my 3DS as much as I could have, to be completely honest with you guys. Hino Komuro. I do not know what that is. Definitely sounds Japanese, though. I know it's Japanese, but... I know it's Japanese because freaking... It's been years in school learning Japanese. 3 years of learning Japanese. Passing Japanese 1, passing Japanese 2, and then failing Japanese 3 miserably. Another Pat Rat. I don't need that. Welcome back, Kukri. Still do not need a Pat Rat. Ha. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Funny guy right there, guys. He'll be here all night. Don't worry. We should do this. Also, this has to be able to go backwards. 3 steps. So this technically has to go back here. And if it goes back there, those cannot attach to it. So we'd have to move these back to there. And then do this here. Or by something like this. I can't, oh, grab the right thing. A Teddy Ursa. Technically don't need a Teddy Ursa either. I have a lot of this normal stuff, but if it's strong. Going swimming at 9 in the morning tomorrow. That sounds like a good idea. And tomorrow for us here in Central Florida would be a fantastic day to swim. But dang, man, a badoof. I am not in the mood to go swimming. I have a pool on top of the roof of our apartment complex, and I have not once used it, and I've lived here for a few months now. And still just haven't used it. Alright, so this can now travel backwards 4 studs, because there's 4 studs worth of space here, which is good, because that's how much room we need. We need the slide to go back 4 studs to expose the chamber and everything. But now comes the hard part of we have to somehow close off the bottom of this in a somewhat decent looking way. Coronavirus is also in my state, and I'm kind of in an interesting spot in that chances are we're going to get screwed. Chances are. Probably going to become a travel restricted state soon because you have to remember that Disney's here and we have a lot of tourists coming in and out of Disney all the time. Not that tourism is a horrible thing. It's just that you know, this is how it ends basically. We're probably going to get Corona spread out pretty quickly because of all the tourism. And the second that happens, well, it's going to be interesting. We're going to see kind of what happens. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to be okay. You have to remember that I am 23. I don't have a lot of prior medical incidences. So chances are my immune system and everything is going to be pretty okay dealing with this. Whereas a lot of the other people in the state, probably not. Yeah, I heard about Tom Hanks and his wife today at work from my coworkers while we were just sitting around talking about how we're all going to probably die or something like that because of this. You know, standard work conversations that you have with your coworkers while you're out doing your job, you know? Simple stuff. That Komuro makes me think of the Star M1912 or the Mannlicher M1905. So older style pistols, that's for sure. It is now 7:06, so that little happy hour thing is now over, unfortunately, but that is okay. So the good news is that because we're working in different colors, we need to save this real quick as well because I do not want to lose this progress. We can grab this whole slide here and we could get it to slide backwards just like this. So you can see that, you know, the slide does work like it should. I haven't looked up an image, but clearly nobody in particular did. So yeah, this frame here is interesting, at least to say. I don't really want to do this frame, but I got to. Pistol building sucks. I hate pistol building so much. And yet, I still do it. Hello, Korean person. If that is in fact Korean, which I believe it is. Yeah, Corona's, for people my age, kind of not a big deal. I say kind of. I'd go to say the biggest threat is young people who don't have an immune system yet, and in the sense babies, basically, who just don't have the immune system. And then old people with pre-existing medical conditions. Those are your two like worst candidates for possibly dying at this point from coronavirus. That's because the new ops, the only good one is Oryx, and people are trash at playing, so they're not going to use him to his full potential like Pro League players. And Yana is just fucking dumb, dude. Another Rattata. I don't need Rattata. But it is past the bonus candy hour, so it's no big deal, I guess. I don't. Okay. A lot of people take a lot of memes in racist ways. Pepe comes to mind, because a lot of people didn't like Pepe because he was quote-unquote racist. Also, Uganda Knuckles, a lot of people found to be racist. That one was probably more on the nose than anyone else. It's just, people are going to take things different ways. You're not going to be able to change people's opinions and stuff. It's, I don't know. One of those lessons is in there somewhere. I'm sure you guys will figure it out for yourself one of these days. Slowly but surely. Like, I died when an Oryx was busting through the wall right next to the enemy, and I snuck up on a Yana before she had her gadget up, and I literally walked in front of it, and she did not react. Yeah. Well, shit. Hey, Max iPad. So what's weird is, when I read your name on Discord, for like the past so long that you've been in Discord, I've been, like, in my head, I think Maxispad, like MaxiPad, no offense. But then I just realized it's Max iPad. So that was kind of dumb on my part right there. I apologize. Sometimes my brain doesn't work after dumb shit that I have to put up with at work. Oh man, a lot of dumb shit that I gotta put up with at work, to be honest with you. Yeah, Maxi. Oh, it is MaxiPad. Oh. I now feel even dumber. Damn it. Rip. Alright, so Floppy was right, because we could technically do the keyboard. Keyboard shortcuts. Okay, so technically this just needs to be a little bit longer. We don't need this anymore. Be a little too far down. Let's bring this up all by like one stud. Bring all that up by one stud, kind of thin it out just a little bit. Alright, yeah, so this trigger guard here, technically, we're going to flip the things upside down. Why is COD 4 being overused? What do you mean? Nobody in particular. Me personally, the whole reason we're doing COD 4 stuff is because I have most of the guns in the game built. And it would be the first game that I have completely finished like all the guns for. I don't personally have a Discord. I'm just inside of my different usernames Discord. I've I'm not saying I took over his server, but like that's pretty much where I do all of my stuff. Like I'll post in there and whatnot. Talk to people through that instead. Thanks, MaxiPad. Appreciate it, man. My different username went through all the trouble of basically setting it up. And there's really nothing I would change for the most part. I'm a little bit more, how to say this in a way that's not going to get taken out of context. I'm a little bit more of a dictator when it comes to like being what people can and can't do inside of a server and whatnot. Like I'm straight up going to tell you like no about certain things, or I would be really unkind to certain people. Like I don't give people a lot of chances, really, I guess is a good way to say it. Like if you annoy me, that's enough of a reason for me to ban you. That's probably why I don't have my own server, because that's not a good thing to just be like, you annoy me, and then just get rid of them. That's not a good thing. So, yeah, I think my different username's done a fantastic job of setting his up, so I use his. So, yeah, at the same time, though, this is the way that I always look at it. I have a set schedule Monday through Thursday. I know every single morning I'm going to get up at 5:30. I'm going to go to work. I'm going to come home at about 5:30. It's usually from 5:30 to 5:30, Monday through Thursday. Friday, I'm going to go work my second job, and I can make my own hours there, so it's whenever I feel like it. And then Saturday and Sunday are my days that I do household chores and go to the store and whatnot like that. Kyle, as far as I know, doesn't have a set job like that. Last time I checked, he was doing photography and filming, like videography, for like people's weddings and whatnot. Which, like I said, it's not exactly a set schedule. You basically just go when people need you, which is why I could understand that he's not always on the server as much as other people is, and why he might not interact with some people in the server. That's kind of why I just don't hold it really against him at all when it comes to that type of stuff, because I kind of understand his pain. I was there at one point in time, just being so busy that I just did not want to do anything else, really. I'm going to be honest with you, too, though. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Straight up takes a lot out of you, man. You have to sit here, and you have to talk, and you have to just keep talking. You'll sometimes, if you guys have ever watched my stream back, you'll find out very quickly that there are times where I will just say the most dumb shit possible because I'm trying to do 4 different things at once. I'm reading chat, I'm talking about a conversation, I'm building out of Legos, I'm doing something complicated building out of Legos. I've got Pokemon Go open up over here. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do when my girlfriend gets home for dinner. Like, there's 400 things that I got to think about on top of streaming and keeping chat going as best as possible, because there were times in my olden days when I just originally started streaming where I would just get quiet and I would just sit here. I would literally just sit here and build, and people kind of were just like, yo, are you gonna say something or anything? And I would just straight up tell them like, nah, I'm just too tired. I don't feel like talking. I'm just gonna sit here and just do nothing. It's a lot. I understand sometimes why you don't want to stream. There's plenty of times where I'm building something and I don't feel like streaming. I did it last night. I literally sat down at the computer and I was like, oh, I just found out that Vepr makes this 9mm AK that accepts Glock magazines. I have Kyle's Glock, so I could use that and just do a magwell conversion, and do that gun. Okay, do I want to stream it? No, not really. So I didn't stream it. It happens. I want my different username to build a Remington R4C. I think he's done with AR-15 builds for a while, so that's probably not going to happen. I meant like, why have they made literally 2 Modern Warfare games that are literally just Modern Warfare 1 but reskinned? Because it makes money. People buy it. If it doesn't make money, people aren't going to buy it. If people buy it and it makes money, then they're going to remake it. It's just basic, what should we call it? Macroeconomics? Microeconomics. That's basic microeconomics for businesses. If me designing Lego guns and selling the instructions made money, I would do it more. But I just know it's not going to make me any money, so I don't do it. I tried it a couple times as a test, real cheap, only like $1 for the actual LDD file. I had one actual sale, and that was it. And then that person requested their money back. So, yeah, like I said, I just don't. It's just standard business stuff. I don't know why. I just want someone to build it in real life. I could see building it in real life. That'd be cool. David's got a really good R4C that I would love to see built in real life. Yeah, I built mine in LDD. When I'm on LDD, I wish I had someone to talk to. Literally no one wants to voice chat on my different usernames Discord. You gotta remember that a lot of people are really uncomfortable about voice chatting. Even me, I'm really uncomfortable with voice chatting. Because it only takes like one thing for that shit to go south so quick. Like just saying the one like wrong thing, and then that conversation goes downhill. And you got to remember that you don't know some of these people in real life, so you don't know how they're going to react to possibly saying something. Like at work, me and my coworkers can joke about having corona with one another all the time. I could say that out in public to a random person, and they might straight up murder me. I think there was someone who... I should probably look up the news story before I spread misinformation. But I'm pretty sure someone had told the guy that he had corona or something, and the guy literally straight up murdered him and was like, nah, we're not playing it like that. I'm going to now kill you, and then basically killed him. I'm not saying that that's justified. I just, like I said, I think some people will go to that extreme to not get it. So, now imagine that, but in VidChat. You also have to remember that this generation is just helpless at times. I'm not afraid to say that I get socially anxious meeting people for the first time. I get really, really, really nervous about a lot of times. So vid chatting becomes a little, hey, Brick Armory, thanks, man. Becomes a little difficult for me. So a lot of people, when you invite them into the voice chat, even on my different usernames Discord, you might not want to go in there. You get nervous. You get anxious. Hey, Uber, in case I didn't say that. I would buy a file from you if I had the money and a PC for LDD. I don't blame you, Kukri. Don't worry about it. Seriously, they need to let the Modern Warfare games rest in peace as the best COD games. It's not going to happen. They're going to keep milking it until people don't buy it. Modern Warfare 2019 should have been political. Instead, the campaign was soft-core and cliche. People bought it like hotcakes. I can't even complain because I was one of the people who bought it. And me personally, I thoroughly enjoyed the campaign. I don't think there's that big, shocking mission in there, like No Russian for Modern Warfare 2. But at the same time, I really appreciate the attention to detail in the one mission when you're clearing the house. And the woman reaches into the crib and pulls out a baby. There's two different options here. Either you can not shoot the woman, and they're going to, I believe they are basically detain her. Or if you just like straight up panic and you murder her, someone will come over and pick up the baby. from her dead arms. I like that, so it is what it is. What are young punk internet? I'm not making the original 92. I'm making the 92 SB in particular because that's the one from Call of Duty 4. So maybe. But Cav's pistol doesn't use the button magazine release. It uses the paddle magazine release down at the bottom. Yeah, I definitely have a job. I have, honestly, right now, oh, P-Dove. I don't need those, but cool. I have 2 jobs, so fun times, at least to say. Not too bad, but it's a job, so. So if we do something like this, should be fine. We gotta come back. Oh, another P-Dove popped up. Fantastic. Also a Hoppip. I don't need either of them, but we're catching them anyways. If you need more justification, watch MDUN's video where he built Cav's PT.92. Yeah, you're talking about these two, right? These ones? Yes. For the love of God, they should, because that's the only angle for that piece, and it's super helpful to have, but it's not smooth half the time, which is really bothersome for this particular scenario, basically, where I really need them to be smooth. I don't need serrations on the front of the slide because it's not there, but it's the only piece that I can use to make that angle. So unfortunately, I got to use it. Apparently, they made a remake of Initial D in 2014. I never really got into Initial D, so unfortunately, I could really care less about that. Honestly, most recently, it's been One Piece. One Piece, like, all the way, dude. One Piece is currently the only anime that I'm watching. Crazily enough, literally the only anime that I'm watching. In terms of like shows that I'm watching, if I'm watching with my girlfriend, I told her that she would really kind of like Archer, and it's one of those shows that you could watch and just leave on in the background and still understand everything. There's a couple of visual gags every once in a while, but at the same time, you know, not really. So we've been watching Archer, slowly but surely. And then I also just found out that Hulu has Burn Notice on as well. And I loved watching Burn Notice as a kid, but I never was able to completely finish the series because of how the show really was. So I ended up starting Burn Notice and watching through it. Or, well, starting to watch through it because it's taking a little bit of time, but it should be good as we go. It's a Beretta 92 with the slide serrations of the newer Taurus pistols. It's standing in for the classic Taurus pistols. Ubisoft didn't actually put the model in after the PT92. B-Star looks pretty good. I've seen clips of it. Questionable clips of it. In terms of whether or not I should like this or not. But I can agree. It definitely did look good because there seemed to be like a romantic overload to the story, but also at the same time a more serious tone behind everything. So I really wanted to watch it, but One Piece has been my entire thing. So I've just been really busy with One Piece. One Piece is so gosh dang good. I remember back in the old day, like I would go spend the night with my cousin at his house, and this was Toonami, like, you know, before the old days, the old Toonami. And my cousin would be sitting there watching it, and I'd be like, ugh, what the heck is this? And he was, oh man, this is One Piece. This show is awesome, dude. You should really watch it. And this was before I was really into anime. This was before I had watched the original Naruto, because that's kind of what got me into it. That's what started me down the, okay, this is maybe a good platform that I would be able to get behind. The nail in the coffin, weirdly enough, and this is going to show you guys where I stand. High School of the Dead is what truly got me into anime. Oh man, yeah. So I was kind of like, all right, I don't really want to watch this, so no. My cousin was kind of like, come on, man, it's not that bad, and I still kind of refused to watch it, so I never really got into it. And then recently, I heard somewhere from someone, I think it's Teching 101, because I started watching a lot of his videos, that One Piece is 80% done according to Oda, who is the author. And because it's 80% done, I was like, crap, that means it's actually almost close to being done, and I could potentially actually see the end of One Piece right as it airs if I catch up with it now, which would be basically like a huge historic event for everything anime. One Piece ending is a huge deal, even if you guys don't know it. So I was kind of like, well, if I start watching now, I would catch up by the time it ends. So I started watching, and I fell in love with it so quickly. I absolutely love One Piece. Yeah, I like anime. What can I say? Like I said, the original Naruto I thought was really cool as a kid because fucking ninjas, duh. And then basically Naruto was all I really watched. I went to high school, freshman year. I met this Asian kid. His name was Min, M-I-N-H, and he was like, "Hey man, you should check out High School of the Dead. It sounds like something that you'd really be into." I was like, "Sure, why not? I mean, it's not going to kill me to check something out." And I was kind of open to it at the time, kind of looking to whet my appetite in some more animes. So I opened up the first season, watched it, subtitled because I'm not a fucking heathen. Loved it. I loved every second of High School of the Dead. I was a freshman in high school, mind you. I probably didn't have really good developed tastes on what good anime actually was at the time. So don't absolutely crucifix me for that. Yeah, basically went from there. That's basically what got me into watching anime. Do you play any games? I technically have the Xbox on behind me. I just don't know if you guys can see it. You can... Yeah, you can see it. It's dark because I got this TV for free, by the way. This is a 72-inch Samsung TV that I got for free because the pixels are dying in it. As you can see, it's kind of bad. But I got it for free, and it's like a $4,000 TV, so I figured, you know, I'm not going to throw it away. I'll just pay to have someone replace it, or the screen in it, basically, get it refurbished. And it'll only cost me like maybe $1,000 at most, as opposed to going out and buying a whole nother TV. And if it is more expensive than just going out and buying a whole brand new TV, then I'll just end up going out and buy a whole new brand new TV. So this, watching anime on, by the way, absolute godsend. It's one of the greatest things in all of human history to use this to watch anime. I love it. Highly recommend. that you guys somehow, some way figure out a way to do that in your life at least once. Back to your original question, MaxiPad. The games that I do play are currently downloaded on that Xbox. So I'll turn around here in a second and I'll read off the list to you, just so you kind of get an idea of what I do play. I don't play often. I play kind of rare at this point. I just don't play as much as I used to. I used to play all the time, but now kind of dedicated myself just a little bit more to my YouTube channel and kind of growing and live streaming on a more regular basis and stuff like that. And then work is also kind of a big deal and stuff. So there's a lot to it. So Call of Duty 2019, obviously I got Modern Warfare. Smite, because some friends of mine really got me into playing Smite. So I really liked that game. Rainbow Six Siege, Warframe, because the friends who got me in the Smite got me in the Warframe, but I don't play it too much because it's a fucking huge grind. And Minecraft, because it's Minecraft. Like, come on. And Kerbal Space Program, the first one, not the second one, because it was on sale, and I had seen a couple videos of people doing like the craziest looking vehicles in the game. The problem is I did not realize how complicated that game really is. Like understanding it's literally rocket science, and I did not spend enough time in that game to truly understand all of that, to really have the fun in the game that I saw everyone else playing. So I could uninstall that and be fine with it, but at the same time I could also just wait to uninstall it. So yeah. Subtitles are the only way to go. The only anime, there is one anime that I do recommend you guys watch in English dub, and it's literally the only anime that I recommend people watch in English dub, and that is Ghost Stories. Ghost Stories in English dub is one of the best English dubs ever known to mankind. It is fantastic what they did to that in English dub, and if you guys spend the time to check it out, you will not be disappointed, because it is really good. It is funny. Maybe eventually I'll jump into. The other thing, I've thought about opening up my different usernames Discord and using his chat channels on here on Livestream. The problem being, I don't know how to actually do that because I'm not that oriented on stream. Like you guys can even see that I don't have like a proper, like OBS has these scenes over here, so you can click between different scenes and stuff like that. I don't even have that properly set up. I have the one scene and that's it, dude. So yeah. Gotcha, Goku. Like I said, though, it's been ages since I've actually played any actual games. Just, I really haven't been that busy, but I haven't been really motivated to play any games, is a good way to say it. I just, oh cool, I could go get on Call of Duty and do the same grind for every single gun in the game and unlock the same attachments over and over again. Yay! Or I could just not at the same time, you know. I haven't really been interested in playing all too much. Smite gets kind of dull when you're playing with people that, oh, they just don't know what they're doing. Oh, you just want to kill them because they complain the entire time. It's always someone else's fault when they keep doing the same crap like over and over and over and over again, and they should know better, and it is just, so I stopped playing. Warframe is just too much of a grind. like I said, I don't feel like playing sometimes. Not right now, because I don't understand how to get your guys' voices through stream in a decently quality level, so it's not like just a complete ear rape for people using headphones, more than what it already is, because it's already ear rapey. They wanted to have the M975 for Brazilian operators. They didn't actually model it after one. They just put slide serrations of newer PT92s on original Beretta 92. They labeled it PRB 92 and said it wasn't a model 92 or an M9. I mean, you want to do some weekends each Saturday. I think I'm doing something Saturday. Now I got to figure out what I'm actually doing. Because I have this huge problem where someone will like set up like what we're doing, and then I just completely forget because I have horrible memory. So now I'm gonna have to remember if we are or not doing something on Saturday. So if not Kukri, yeah, I wouldn't mind. It'd be nice to have like a team actually set up, because my sister would definitely also be down to play. And we could actually have some decent fun because we're not dealing with blueberries for the most part. What, mastery rank? Mastery rank for what? Because like when you say mastery rank, my immediate thought is Smite. What are you talking about, these or this? Your weekend account? You have a weekend account versus a standard account. Damn, bro. That's great. Because I completely plate built the slide, and there's only no way to attach it to the frame completely flush mount. Like, okay, go ahead and try to close that gap. Think of all the possible Lego techniques that you can and figure out how you're going to close that. Because I can't. If you could finish that, if you could close that gap, by all means go for it. Me personally, I can't. I've thought about every possible thing with how I built the slide, and it, for me, cannot be done. I'm just going to build this up. There's a trigger bar and stuff that goes through here, but I kind of just, right now, want to get the grip and everything done. So I'm going to kind of build this up so I can do that. This needs to be a little bit longer, which can be arranged like that. There we go. Close this gap off here. It's pretty simple to do. That fits in there, and that fits in there, just like that. And then we're going to save this so we don't lose that tremendous amount of progress right there. And then this should still go backwards, which it does. That's good. All right, so immediate thoughts are that this is too blocky looking, and that we need to fix that. Think my models are trash? Nah, man. Have more faith in yourself. having confidence in yourself is pretty important. Don't really have a good example of, well, maybe I do. Like today, for example, we're doing a short side install for water. So here in Florida, it's kind of common that you just dig a big ass hole into the ground and tap into the Florida aquifer, and we call that a well because duh. And eventually your well might actually dry up, and the second that happens, you need to now be put onto like the actual water. So like the city provides, or the county in my instance. So today we were doing a short side install, which is basically we tap into the main and run their line for them, so that they have a box that they can plumb into, so that they have actual like water. And today I had to have faith in myself, have that confidence that I could actually do the tap itself, the part where you actually drill into the main, and hope to God that it doesn't, explode in your face, basically. So like I said, just having some confidence in yourself is a really good thing, because I needed some confidence for that. I was going to, because I would like to, at some point, be able to use that and have people, like, in the chat, like, talking, because that'd be cool. But also, I know that I can't just open that and then use it, because it's going to have horrible audio quality. So I've also been trying to think about, like, how I'm going to get that audio quality to kind of work, for instance. So how am I going to be able to get that decent audio quality from there to here on this wonderful computer that doesn't, like, blow out someone's eardrums or something, because that would be really bad. Welcome back, Openist. No, I don't play trash. Hate the Far Cry series. None of the Far Cry series appealed to me as a gamer. And none of them. It's kind of sad, because at the time that Far Cry was coming out, I was like really big into video games, so none of those appealing to me. There's a problem. I'm good. I don't need to see it. I'm just gonna continue doing what I'm doing. Because this is already pretty decent for an M9. Already doing a lot better than I thought I was going to be doing. Because we have the shape of an M9. So, that's like half the battle right there. What is this? And do we need it? Probably not. But maybe. What is this actually connected to? Oh yeah, technically don't need that. Do I love you, MaxiPad? No. Not in the homosexual way? No. Yeah, definitely not going to forget the trigger this time, because that's what we're working on right now. What looks off is the grip. That's the only thing that's off. But we'll slowly but surely fix it. You have this complicated slide, complicated front end, and you get into like the most basic possible brick built grip here. But like I said, we'll fix it. Don't worry. Now having held, having felt another SIG PT.26. My uncle's double stack full size handguns are not fucking small. They are huge. Like ridiculously big. And it is disgusting how big these things are. Like, I don't understand why some people will carry these, because it's bad. Like, anyone who carries a SIG P226, I feel really bad for, because that thing is just so gigantic. Front sight is super tall. Tail looks a little too long. I think the tail could be like maybe one plate shorter. Might fit. Fine. That's fine. Front sight too tall. At the same time, that's the bow slope piece that we're using, and that's, we could sink it down by one stud, couldn't we? Yeah, we could. But it's also like in line with the sights back here, because this is up here and then this is up here, so they're perfectly in line with one another. So I'm okay with that. Also, we need to put the barrel in. Like, I think having the barrel in there is probably going to help its overall look. And good news, because we now have an M9, we could make the M93 Replica, and I have wanted to make one of those for a while, because it's one of my favorite pistols, surprisingly. So that's good. Back to the trigger, though. Man, good times. M93 Replica Modern Warfare 2, one of my favorite guns to use. Wasn't that good, but super fun. Comparatively to other things, might I add, because I know some people are going to be like, it wasn't good, what do you mean? There's a lot of other stuff that was good. No, dude, you're fine. I don't mind criticism, because criticism at times will really help you, because you might not see something that someone else sees. It's just, sometimes it's got to be constructive criticism for me, because non-constructive criticism kind of offends me, depending on how bad it is. Like, for this, for example, that doesn't bother me, because I know that there are issues here. Because, like I said, you go from this super detailed slide and front end to this block of a grip with little to no detail in it so far. So, yeah, something looks off somewhere. We just got to figure out where. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. So this grip panel here is now what I want to make next. Is what I want to make next. So we're just going to use the, I think Zatsunami's is one of the first people that I saw do this. Literally just put a stud kind of randomly in here and figure out where exactly a plate can go inside of this that will fit perfectly. Okay, so that's needs to go like a stud more this way. Hey, see you later, nobody in particular. Thanks for coming out, man. So if we take a look at where this is actually at real quick. So if we took and put it, why is this not? Heck, I hit the wrong one. go right there. And that will accomplish that as a grip, which is good. And then if we went up one, so let's real quick, let's find out which hole this is in. So I need to go into, which one? Oh, a second. So it needs to go into the third one. The third one, which is this one. Great. Should be fine. Damn, man. Rip. That's a big change. So that should go like that. And then this should go here. And then this should go here. Like so. Perfect. Perfect. That's good. So now we literally have to do the same thing for the other side. So we have to get this lined up again, which technically, shouldn't we be able to do this and get it on instead of just being at that angle? Why didn't I think about that earlier? Why do I always make things difficult for myself? Get this lined up to where it needs to be, which seems about right there. And then we will drop one of these in to here. So then this grip comes way up here, and if we could actually, let's straighten out here-ish. So we can't, because then we could use this flat part here to start everything else. So we cut into there. So this would also not be the right angle. Though honestly, using off too bad. So if we did the one, my bad. Something like that. And then did this. Maybe the 3 would be better. Like that. Should be fine. Delete this out of there. Put a 3 in to here. Put a 1 there. Put a circle there. Like so. So then we have to design the rest of that grip, which comes pretty much all the way up. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So at that level there, whatever we could fit, we will try to fit. So like from there to there, so 4 along should fit right into there, just like so. And then we would need to carry this up. Like so. It might be better to use... That's way too big. That's way too big. Let's do a 2 here. Follow this line backwards with this here, like so. Instead, we'll do the smaller one, this piece here, and then do an angle coming down, because it looked better like this, to be honest. Just do that. Wrong way. So our slide release is going to come up here-ish. This needs to come forward like 3 maybe. 3 might be a little too long, because that puts it way over here. Yeah, that's way too long. 2 would be like the most, so it technically just needs to be this 3, like right there-ish. I would really like for it to be down there. So what if we, instead of using that, used this, and then put a 2, of course, put that there. Delete this now, because it's in my way. Take this and put it here instead, because then we could technically put that there and put a 1 here, like so. And then because of the wedge plates, this should actually fit there, like so. So, no problem, Cooker. That and that and that. And then this should be, yeah, it's right at the top. So we could actually thicken this by using another piece so that it looks somewhat more accurate, just like that. All right, so now, in particular, what pieces can we switch for? Smooth ones. Or this one can be switched to this. So, and then there needs to be another plate that comes across here. So we took I only got that one attachment, so we would technically have to do something like that there. So instead, if we did like that, that would tie everything in together. And then do this. Here. 2 there, and like a 1 there. And then a circle's definitely not going to fit here. Oh my god. This circle's definitely not going to fit here. Okay, then. Can we get a flat circle in there, though? That is the question. No, and no, I don't think so. I'm fine with leaving that open then. Let's do a flat piece like that. No, not really. So that's that. For now, don't mind coming off, dropping you over there, and then do that. Do that. No, I have not checked DMs. Yo, I hate this guy so much. This guy is the fucking worst. He's here so much. And the worst part is, if I was demonetized, this would definitely be a copyright strike. Because y'all... Yeah, y'all can definitely hear it. This guy drives like that almost every day, from what I can tell. It is really annoying. Nice. I'm confused why that didn't want to slide over. That's a text message. 2 text messages. Damn. It's okay because I know who Bwawker is. It's okay because Bwawker is no longer with us on this world. Rest in peace, my friend. He will be missed. He's not actually dead. Quick disclaimer. He just kind of stopped building, basically. Just super sad. He will be missed. It's been a long time since I've talked to him. He's been like incredibly busy with school, I believe. Do you know him personally? I mean, I would also like to turn into a total weeb, but at the same time, I have bills to pay, unfortunately. Because I would. Gotcha. Man, Bryce too. It's been a long time since I've talked to Bryce. Both really good. Used to be in a Google Hangouts chat before Discord kind of blew up. Quite a bit of us. Zen was in there at one point in time too. Those were the old days. That's for damn sure. It was back when times were not exactly easier, but we didn't have the connections that we do now, because now it's pretty plain to see that there are a lot of people who do this who don't actually upload the content to YouTube at all, which is definitely interesting to see. Because I kind of, like, the second I started, like, instantly went to uploading to YouTube. But there are, like, people, I don't think Plaque has a YouTube channel, like Plaque Bar, who's really good at building, but has not, doesn't upload to YouTube at all. I've already had a lifelike gas bowl back in 9 that I actually broke, and I don't know if my friend ever fixed it, because it was his, and I was borrowing it and I ended up breaking it. That would be really cool if he did. Just to kind of show, be like, hey guys, me again. It's another YouTube video. Back at it again. Here you go. Check out what I was making while I was on hiatus. That'd be neat. I would love to see that. I'm a little happier with that now. Jesus. What a thing to be making. That thing is gigantic. It's like one of the most OP weapons in all of Halo history. One of those, like, you would pick it up and then destroy people with it weapons. I don't have any music playing, so don't know what to tell you, man. Alright then, so on this side in particular, 1, 2, 3, whoops, don't want to delete that. Don't want to delete that either. Leave that. Thanks, mate. Should go to right about there, actually. And do actually, I have the perfect idea. I'll get to the side lock here in a second. I want to get this trigger bar in place, and I have a good idea of how I'm going to do it. Oops, wrong piece. Will be good enough. Doesn't actually move, but I'm fine with that. Alright, so slide lock. Like that, basically. And then kind of come through and clean this up just a little bit. I've had a love-hate relationship with Berettas for like ages now. I forgot that happens. I hate that. That piece's hitbox is the worst thing in the world. I guess. We're just going to save this before LBD crashes on me. No, probably not. Oh. Music guy's coming back. I hate that. Alright. How to render? I could do that today, man. That's easy to do. That'll take a couple of seconds. All you have to do is download the proper software. And even then, finding the proper software is relatively simple. You're looking for Studio, or some people will call it stud.io by Bricklink, is the actual software that I use now. I used to use older stuff, but I've now gotten better software because it's way better. So yeah, Studio by Blender, or yeah, by Bricklink. I don't know why I said Blender. I was thinking about other 3D modeling programs, I guess. So find that and download that because you're going to need that. Because once I finish this, I got to set this to render anyways. And I'm sure you probably might have a better computer than I do, so if you got a better computer than me, then your stuff won't take as long to render as mine. Mine will take forever to render. Alright, so we're not too wide, which is good. We've got some extra detailing going on, which is also good. The only drawback is the one stud wide magazine, but we can live with that. We just never remove the magazine from the weapon and we'll be fine. So now, technically, the only thing left to do is figure out how to mount the barrel, which is going to be incredibly difficult to do, but we should be able to figure it out somehow, some way. Hopefully. All right. So I know for a fact that the barrel will fit. The problem is getting the barrel to fit and look good at the same time. And chances are we're going to have to start back here, which honestly is not a bad thing because we have 2 studs worth of space back here to work with. So if we take and we move that up like so, and then we use you there, followed by you there. Neat. So that should line up there, and then we should be able to take and put this here and oh crap. What is that piece for? Nothing. That piece should not have been there anyways. Place that there. Take this and place this piece here. So, how close are we to hitting the top? We're just going to use this piece because I don't feel like getting all those out just yet. If we can. So that's not 1 more plate's worth. I can tell right now it's not. So if we take this out and we add 1 more plate, it will not fit back in. Guaranteed. Yes. It's still hitting. Okay, so now we will figure out how much it is hitting. Because I like all that was. So how close is it to being in the spot that it needs to be? If it's relatively close, we can work something out. So close that is, we could possibly actually use this piece, but down here should somewhat close that into an acceptable position. Wow, okay, yeah, that needs to come way up, like 2 studs worth up. And it doesn't fit. It's still cutting in a little bit. If we delete that out and put it back in, let's see where we're at. Still going to be low, but let's see. So, adjustable barrel time. If I can't get it to do what I need it to, then we will have it be adjustable so that we can move it up or down. And then we can get it wherever we need it to go, technically. Wow. Okay, well, I got it right on the very first try, so don't have to adjust it at all. That's actually exactly where it needs to be. Per this. That's literally exactly where it needs to be. So that's great. So now we just take and duplicate this out. There, put that there, put this here. That. This, followed by this. And then we could actually pull on my different username here. And put a barrel right there. Thanks, MaxiPad. All right. I bet a piece won't fit all the way across here. I bet that isn't a perfect. Okay. Damn, alright. That wasn't expected. This piece shouldn't fit though, so we could do this. I bet there's a way that we could reinforce this to make it not do that. So if we came back in here, for example, and found the ratio between here. So like, what if we did this, for example? So like I said, if we find the ratio for this, because I bet we could do something like this. How much of this? Oh yeah, we got plenty of room to do something like this. Yeah, boom. That would help tremendously. So now it's a little bit more reinforced. Obviously though, so the bad news is the second we do this, oops, should definitely fix that. So the second we do this here, this all instantly gets exposed right here, which is really annoying. I don't like that. So now we have to clean this chamber area up and make it look better because this is disgusting. So the barrel is technically in the spot that we want it to be, which is good. Hey, no problem, Zen. Thanks for stopping by again, man. Appreciate it. Put the slide back where it was, down here. Going to now hide this. Around midnight, maybe, maybe not. It just depends on how much of the M9 I do. Bruh. Dang it. I asked my girlfriend to stop at Wawa to get me a pomegranate blueberry smoothie. And she just got Uber Eats it to me. So now, oh, that's where I was looking for that. So now, I need to put pants on because I'm not going to walk down there like this. And I need to make sure that I have my keys with me, because I cannot get back into my apartment without them. Oh God, my thumbs hurt. Ah! I like mad fucked up my thumbs today. Yes, I did. Let me see if I can even show you guys these, because I don't think you guys... That is my thumb. A lot of raw skin hanging off my thumb. And I did that to both of them. Fun work. Wow, I knocked things over. Sorry. All right, so technically, with this barrel and stuffs, we can hide a Technic connection in here using this. Well, I mean, we can't really hide it because there's going to be a hole sticking straight up. But we could definitely do it. So, yeah. So now we just have to figure out how to take and connect from here to there. Actually, what I'm thinking about doing is, if we can get this to line up in a perfect way, that might actually be it. That might just be as easy as it gets right there. Because then in real life, this, oh shit, LDD actually recognizes that as a fit. Okay, so that is fine, because now we can do everything in our power to actually make this fit in here. So we can, no problem, man. If we do this here, like that, followed by, okay, let's switch this piece here to this, like that, and then a plate not fit there, in between there and there. Okay. Okay. How do we go from here to there in a way that actually works? So this should fit there and straight up like that. But then does this fit from there to there? The answer is probably not, because of how we adjusted where this barrel was actually sitting. And that is correct. So this does not actually fit from there to there. So if we were to potentially commit war crimes against humanity, JK, put this piece in upside down, like so, and then try to marry those two sides together using upside down techniques. So if we did this followed by a piece that I don't think is going to fit here, so we have to delete that out, followed by that, will a plate fit between there and there perfectly? Oh gosh, that's so close. But we cannot drop this barrel down any further because it is literally right in between everything. So we technically have to find a way to attach this into place in a manner in which does that work? This should work actually, yeah. In a manner in which becomes completely stable, but also adjustable in increments of very small increment portions. So actually this 4 that we just placed here, we're going to replace with a circle 4. Yeah, this thing. The plate with the holes in it to accept Technic axles. Then we place circle pieces, actual circle pieces, here and here, like so. We can delete that piece because we don't technically need it. We can place that piece back. Well, actually, we can do this, followed by this, followed by that, and then hit them with this piece, that piece, this piece, and this piece, and then one more should fit. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then we can put this here. Boom! That is a strong, sturdy connection that is not going anywhere and is adjustable up and down to completely make that perfect. Awesome. Yeah, that increment talk is what everyone loves, let me tell you. So that barrel is now attached in a way that is meaningful, and we can open the slide and see through this, which is good. I like that. Awesome. Yeah, and that's a pretty strong, sturdy connection too. For some reason, that reminds me of Exoforce. I was really big into Exoforce when it was out. Because I know they used, specifically I think those plates were used a lot in Exoforce so that you could put Technic pins and stuff through them to make really, really strong and sturdy connections. So, yeah, I just used them here to make up the difference in a gap that I did not honestly think that we were going to be able to do. So, that was nice. Really happy with that. Alrighty then. Yeah, that's a Beretta M9 from Call of Duty 4, basically. So we come over here. Let's look at this real quick. Yeah, it's basically kind of gray-ish. The first thing I wanted to do is make the slide black. Like so. Make a red dot there and a red dot there. Change this to a metallic. Like so. Change this to a metallic. Like so. Did it have like night sights in the game? It did. We'll leave that the way it is. That barrel we'll do in dark gray. Like that. This and that should be black. this should be black. The trigger should be black. So. That black for the grip panels, like so. Though I wish we had a different black for the slide instead of LED, but we don't. So that'll be okay for now. And that'll be that. Boom. It's a Beretta M9 from Call of Duty 4. That's what they call it in game. What the fudge? Oh, damn. I go from forgetting about the trigger to forgetting about the hammer. Yeah, definitely I need that. Cannot use the gun without the hammer. Yeah, thank you, my friend, for helping with that, because I completely forgot, basically. So, yeah. We can take this and set that there. Should be just a simple, like, rounded hammer, really. Nothing too major. Should we use this here? How far down? Could technically lock into place. How far down could it go this way, though? Under the mag release, you forgot a plate? Oh, I did. Thanks. I'll take a look at that here in a second after this hammer. And it's dark as hell outside too. Damn. Oh, I don't want to go down there alone. But at the same time, I'd make my girlfriend do it all the time alone. So I will definitely have to go do it alone and not complain. All right, so this piece here is going to be here. And then we're going to follow it up with this piece here. Like so. Seem about right? Seems thick as hell though. So what if we did something more along the lines of that? Oh, yeah, that seems better. The guy on the motorcycle's back. Does not sit that high though. What an asshole. barrel would probably look better in metallic. There we go. I'm okay with that. Might not be long enough, but it'll be fine. Put that plate back in place where it goes. Technically, shorten this up. It's fine. Bam. It's not bad looking. Good eye. So we can come down here, and I got rid of my image, but it should be something along the lines of basically just this, that, put that there, put this here, delete that, place this there, place this there, place something like this here. Hide that, place that there, should be fine. Okay. See you later, Maxipad. Thanks for coming out and stopping by, man. No problem, man. Boom. Damn, rip. That awkward moment, man. It's happened to me so much at work. It's alright, because my Uber Eats is supposed to be here sometime soon. So, I'm not getting off, because I'll probably still stream for a little bit, but I gotta run downstairs and get that. So at like 9 o'clock, I'll have to walk down there. Oh, I should get my keys and put them on my hip, because not being able to get back inside will be an issue. So I have those. I'll bring my phone just in case. That should be everything. So now... Well, love you too, man. I'll see you later. Yep. Oh yeah, that's happening. Yeah, we'll get those when I get back. It's 9 o'clock, so I'm gonna go head downstairs just to be ready for Uber Eats. Oh gosh, off we go. And I'm back. Hey, Luke. Nah, man, don't worry about it. Don't beat yourself up or anything. This is what I needed. Pomegranate blueberry. What is this thing called? A smoothie from Wawa. I love these things. These things are fantastic. And believe me, Luke, you're good, dude. Don't, like I said, don't beat yourself up. Believe me when I say that. Sometimes I just want to sleep too, dude. Just go to sleep. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. And it's kind of sad because I really mean it. But if I wasn't with her, I'd probably be sleeping most of my time. Like, if I didn't feel like making a gun or anything like that, chances are I'd be asleep. So we're going to save this as version 2. And the reason we're saving it as version 2 is because we forgot the disassembly levers, even though I really don't fucking care about the disassembly levers. What was this called? The M9 92 SB? Yeah. This thing. So that stupid disassembly lever. Jose! You live! It's been ages, man. And Min? And Min of all people? On a fucking old ass account that really needs to fucking upload more? Fucking losers. What brings you to my fucking stream? Especially you, Min, considering it's been... I don't even remember the last time we talked, to be honest with you. You know what's funny is, and this is a good one, I literally just talked about you on stream today because I was kind of explaining how I got into anime, and I was explaining how back in freshman year of high school or something like that, what truly sealed the deal about me wanting to watch anime was High School of the Dead, and how you were the one who recommended me to watch High School of the Dead. So it's fucking great that you're here now, because I literally had just talked about that today in this stream. Oh yeah, man, you're gonna regret that. Some of those guns in Titanfall are a little difficult. It's definitely fun though. Especially like once you start to get like way closer to the finish line. It's a lot better. I literally just talked about Min today on stream. Only to summon him here, which was surprising. From a past life, okay. You know what's funny is I talk about Ronnie on stream all the time too. I hate all of you, but I talk about you guys all the time. So I guess consider yourself somewhat honored that my 5 or 6 people who are usually in my live streams know some stories about you guys. So now we get to spend the time catching up and figuring out what the fuck you guys are up to. I see you guys still hang out like fucking dweebs with one another. And that right there is how you catch corona. Morons. Yes. Because I remember having to use Blender way back in Gaming 3 when what was the black teacher's name that y'all hated because she was horrible? Oh, and she got into a car accident. Oh, what is her name? I'm sure one of you would tell me. But she used to, like, for our gaming, she thought us... Who's calling me and why? No, nah, that's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening. I don't remember her name, but she made us do like a whole class on Blender, and I hated every second of it because we had to animate that stupid fucking gingerbread man, and then I hated it, all of it. Why am I not surprised you bought a Gundam? Also, turns out incredibly hard to find a fucking Gundam. I have one. And you guys can't see it because I have my body pillow in the way. I'm not answering it. It's just not going to happen. This is my Gundam. It's from by far the worst Gundam series of them all. Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz. So, well, technically the movie, but at least to say, it's a trash fucking series. Gundam Wing is like the worst in all the Gundam series. Barbatos! Oh man, they just got a new Barbatos. The MG version just came out, didn't it? No, it's not happening. Yeah, but you know how many fucking places I went to looking for Gundams to buy and could not find them? Because it was fucking ridiculous. And then ended up going to Krebs World to buy Gundam. Because that's like the only place that I could actually buy a Gundam. Because the other like 3 or 4 comic book stores I went to did not have them. Because apparently no one fucking carries Gundams. Because they're... Florida Mall? Florida Mall's right up the fucking road from me. What do you mean? Where? This is bullshit. Pop Cult. That's where I get all of them. Damn it. Now I gotta go there and see if they're relatively cheap compared to Krebs World. Because Krebs World is like fucking miles that way. I don't want to go out there all the time, so I usually don't. So if there's one literally right up the road from me, that'd be fucking great. Krebs World only has like 3 shelves. This is bull. This is bothersome now. Hey, Lolly02. I can't believe that this has been right underneath my nose this whole time. And none of you thought of texting me and telling me this. Especially you, Jose. This is all Jose's fault. How the I didn't even know Barnes & Nobles was still open. I thought they shut down for once. And, like, for good this time, but apparently not. I thought it was all over. But I was wrong. You didn't text me. 2 of the 3 of you have my number, because I don't know about men. And especially you, Jose, because you're probably just as big as a Gundam nerd as I am. None of y'all wanted to text me and tell me, Jesus Christ, that there was fucking Gundams right up the road from me. Or anything. And now I'm extremely disappointed in you, Jose, because Ronnie, I kind of expected Ronnie not to tell me because it's Ronnie. But you, Jose, you should have told me, you fucking dick. And it wasn't Min's idea. Min is like the most humble person ever, as far as I remember, so don't crucify me. I don't even think I could show what this popped up at. Here, I'll do this instead. I will take a screenshot of this and send it to Jose. Hardest out of all of them? Is the flatline in the first game? I say flatline because it's got that the whole section's like slides 4 on it for compact storage and whatnot. Damn, Jose, I don't even have your number anymore, apparently. At least it didn't pop up. Oh, there it is. I just have it underneath a different name. Driving. What a... So, it's only like... Well, for me, because I work for the county, it's like a $2,000 fine if I get caught with my phone while driving by a cop, man. It's pretty brutal. $2,000 is literally 2 paychecks. So a whole month's worth of paychecks. Now I gotta look up Titanfall 1 guns. One second. Don't need the Titanfall 1 gun lists. I like how my RE45 is the first search result. I wonder if that's true for everyone or just me, because this is Google has my meta history and everything. There we go, that helped. So, I mean, technically you could do the heavier weapons too, because those are pretty difficult. So you could do... I don't even know... I don't remember the names, man. I don't even know what to tell you, dude. There's yelling outside, but I don't know if they're throwing a party or what. And I also don't want to open the window so we can listen, because I'm just waiting for one of them to shout something that I can't have on YouTube on my channel, because that would be not good. You're going to see me on the Philip DeFranco show, and that's not where I want to fucking be. Think about maybe bumping this out by 1 studs on both sides. Maybe the front's fine. Maybe the back's not. I don't know. It's probably okay. See, now that I have an M9, I could go find... Actually, now that I have an M9, we can do the custom ones. Thanks, man. See, we could do the A3 version, which looks like it's literally just an upgraded grip and bottom rail. Yeah, that seems about like the only thing, honestly. Threaded barrel, probably. So we could do that. We could do the M93Rs. I like that there's a 5.7 in the M9 category. That makes perfect sense. Shit, a Desert Eagle too. What is this? This looks kind of neat. I see. It's modeled after Resident Evil one. So that's not a bad choice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to do the foldable stock, dude. That's like a lot. Yo, okay. So in, I gotta find a picture of it now. Romeo and Juliet. I like how that actually popped up. So I had to watch this movie in English Composition 1 in high school, my freshman year. This was the movie that we watched. And this movie has guns in it. And there's one scene in particular that I think has the M9. Yeah. And yeah. This movie was a trip. Look at this fucking Beretta, bro. Oh god. Oh man, just oh god. I hated that movie. That movie was bad. But I saw this Beretta right here, and that immediately made me think of that movie. So yeah. So obviously we have the extended slide that we could do, that's neat. The RoboCop one, which I thought I would recognize it when I saw it. This might be it. I like this wood one right here. I like how there's like a wood grip with the black inlay on it. That's pretty neat. But we could do this custom compensator looking thing on it, which would be pretty fucking cool looking. That'd be awesome. Oh, I saw this the other day, and I really like this thing. This thing looks so awesome. The only thing I don't like is the stock on it, because I think the stock looks absolutely atrocious. But I love this. This thing looks awesome. So, like I said, the only thing I would get rid of is the stock. And if I did keep it, I would just leave it fully in place. But yeah, so technically, now that we have an M9, I can make this monstrosity. I don't know why I'd make this. It just looks really fucking cool. I just love the way that this looks. I don't know why you would ever use it in like a real world scenario, but I like the looks of it. So this has been one of my favorite Berettas for the longest of times. The weird part is this is literally called the 92, but it's 90-2, not 92. But yeah, this has been, like I said, one of my favorite Berettas because this is the one that comes with interchangeable back straps, I believe. And then this rail cover piece right here. It's literally just a rail cover piece, but I like it. It just looks good. Um, I don't know what it is. Like I said, this particular one just looks really, really good. It would be a pistol that I would love to buy in real life, to be honest with you guys. Is this the... This is a pretty awesome looking compensator right here. I like that too. So we definitely have a lot of options for compensators. This looks to be just slide serrations. Cutting this. Is this an Asimov M9? Ah, it is not an Asimov M9. Interesting. Yeah, just a bit. Isn't? Hold on a second. Let me take a look at this. I should just look it up. This is also not a bad looking compensator that we could do for it. So we have a lot of things that we could build, like tonight, right now. This, I don't like the look of this already, I can tell it. I don't like how it comes up here, like it slopes up. I wish they would carry that all the way out, but also something else that we could make. There it is. There's the RoboCop pistol. I've been looking for it. I found it. Oh wow, that grip is a lot more changed than I thought it was. Is it just custom grip panels basically? Yeah, and then yeah, okay. Well, I mean that's not too bad. Do I want to do it though? No, not really, because I think it's ugly. Unfortunately. All right, so let's choose one of these and do it real quick. Yeah, just a bit. All right, so where is the first one? Not bad. Let's get this. Open image in new tab and use this for what we need it to do. Oh. I like how I unmute myself right as this fucking motorcycle goes by again. I'm tired of this shit, dude. I play music really loud when I'm in the car, but I can't stand it. At least I do it with the windows up, so other people don't have to hear like all the shit that I listen to, but that's just annoying. How did I do this? There we go. Alright, finally. Figured it out. Can't believe it took me that long. Yeah, pretty much. I have an M9 at this point, so I might as well use it for something. Cav's pistol is probably going to come out sometime. Like, I'll probably end up making her pistol, basically, because it's Caveira, and I love Caveira. Just, oh man, Caveira. She's great. Bruh, you're driving though. What the fuck? She literally just asked me to hang up the phone for her because she was driving, and then she's gonna come over here and be like sending messages and shit. The fuck? Can't believe you. This Wawa, by the way, super ghetto stuff. I don't know if they're used to this or not. It means you're a mod. Oh, so they took the front set off for this. And you can see the end of the barrel in the orange. I don't even think it's on the first hole right there. Being a mod or the compensator? Yeah, this thing. I will zoom out just a little bit. So it's a compensator. So I will use a visual instead of LDE because it can. So let's say you have the barrel of a gun here, right? And then usually when you shoot a gun, you have a force that looks like this coming out the end of the barrel, right? Except imagine this in a 3D sphere almost, right? So this force here is going to push your hand backwards, and I can't technically use an actual gun for this. So I have to, YouTube doesn't allow people to do that. So I have to use the MP7 as an example. so it'll be easier than using that. Oh, well, I've already picked up the MP7, so this will be a physics lesson for everyone who doesn't know, who might be watching later on. So usually when you're shooting at the end of this barrel, there's going to be gases that are expelled, obviously, and there's going to be some forces back here that are enacting with this bolt moving backwards and forwards here. And because your hand is holding down here, the gun is going to want to tend to do this. So in order to combat this, if you took and you tapped into the gases coming out the end of the barrel, again, Jesus, and instead you directed them straight up, then every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So because these gases are coming out like this, it's going to want to push the gun down like this. So instead of coming up maybe this much each shot, MP7 probably doesn't come up that much. It'll only come up like this much instead. So that's what a compensator technically does. For those of you who don't know, it's simple physics at this point, I guess, if you want to say that. So, yes, but no, if that's a way to say it. I don't go through retailers because I've had some pretty bad experiences using retailers. So what I generally have to do to get mine is my grandmother. My grandmother goes garage sailing just about every Friday, maybe every Saturday. And because she does, she finds people whose kids might have moved out or something like that, and they're throwing their Legos basically to the wolves. Like whoever comes and gets them, first come, first served. So personally, that's where I get my Legos from, usually garage sales. And at that point, I would call them used. But generally, you can buy them really, really cheap from garage sales. And when I say really cheap, I mean really cheap. So in real life, we'd use the 1x1 version of that bracket that I just have, but here we don't have that, so we're just going to substitute it with this instead. But it would totally fit here. And my grandmother's known that I've been into Legos basically since I started with Legos, which was, I'm 23, and I started when I was like 6, which is a long time ago, basically. I don't feel like doing that math in my head right now, to be completely honest with you. So because she knew what to look for in garage sales and whatnot, so she ended up buying like a whole bunch of them as I was growing up. So I ended up with a really big collection of Lego. Comparatively to some people inside of my different usernames server, really not that big of a collection. But it was all really cheap compared to what other people may have. Yeah, it's a little too short. I gotta extend it, but I was trying to get this set up first. Also, because of how this is, we're gonna move this down real quick because I don't like this gap being right here. So since we can't fill it in with the bracket that we need because it's not an LED, we're just gonna fill this in real quick. I got mine pretty cheap through garage sales, flea markets, antique stores sometimes had Legos. As like dumb as it sounds, because it's an antique store and it definitely shouldn't have Legos, I could get some in antique stores. So it really, I would say best bet, like the best place to get them, garage sales. Because like I said, most of the time it's parents who, their kids are moving away to college. They don't play with them anymore. Every once in a while, you'll find the kids who they didn't clean them up in the amount of time that they were given, and now the parents are punishing them by selling it and getting rid of it, which, you know, kind of really fucking sucks for the kid, but it is what it is. You know, it's cheap, so you're gonna buy it. And then you buy it and you go home, and chances are you're gonna probably sanitize what you just bought because you don't know where it has and where it hasn't been. Trust me, sanitize it, and then that's all yours. You're good to go. That's now your property. So most recently, this MP7 actually is bought from a garage sale. My grandmother found about, honestly, if I had to price it like fair market value for the amount of pieces that came with it, $75, $80 for the amount of parts that I got. She paid $40 for it, and I've got a lot of parts to show for it. To the point where I finally think that I might be able to do something a little bit bigger in terms of in real life building size. Like I was thinking potentially about making Jim's AUG in real life because of how many pieces I have at my disposal. Like obviously I just showed the MP7. That's, you know, I haven't sorted through all the pieces yet, and that's what I was able to throw together with the pieces that I did sort out. So I do have quite a bit that I could use to produce something a tad bit larger. So that's the good news there, basically. Garage sales. That's where you need to go. Flea markets are also a good place, but nothing for both garage sales and flea markets. Nothing's guaranteed. So don't like show up there and expect that there's definitely going to be some there, because chances are there will be days where you don't find jack shit. And believe me, I understand wholeheartedly. Because there's been plenty. I can't copy and paste apparently. Thanks, Hopeless. There's been plenty of stuff that I've wanted to build in real life, but I can't. Like, okay, for instance, this particular M9. Not a lot of stuff on here that's illegal. There's a couple things here and there, but I could get away with it in real life. I just don't have the parts that I need because I used a lot of brackets. Actually, I might now. So you can see that like this whole top section here is all brackets. And then this whole rail section here is brackets. So it might be possible that I could potentially, but it's not going to be as smooth looking as this because I don't think I have all the sloping pieces. I just got to go through and do a whole bunch of organizing of all those parts that I have and see what I do and don't have, basically. But eventually we'll find out if I do or don't as we go, as time goes on, you know. Damn, so that actually fits up there. Dang it. Interesting. Yeah, that's the hard part too. Like I will find Nah, man, don't worry about it. I just made my own CZ. Well, I have my own CZ. I didn't just make it. I made it before. I think I made it in 2019, but it should be coming out. I think it just came out on my channel. So that happens to me too. Like I have these certain pieces that I need, but I don't have the other pieces that I need. And like you said, you find those like weird pieces that are one-off pieces that you honestly don't use a whole bunch, but then the one time you need them, you have them. It's this weird thing, man. It's hard sometimes. I think my CZ would also be capable of being built without too many issues. It's just a real basic mag extension right there. I wasn't going to try too hard on that one. Just like that. I might see if anyone on the MDUN server want to sell their collection of pieces they don't want. Yeah, I don't think that would be a bad place to go. I would just be careful, like not. I wouldn't give them money up front, if that makes any sense. I would, do the normal shipping stuff and whatnot. I don't know what the PT.1 variant is. I mean, yeah, I guess I didn't bring that in. I thought about bringing that case in today. I guess I forgot. But yeah, when you get here, text me are you here? Let me check. Because I can. And I will walk out there. Yes, you are. You have to get my keys, but my keys are here, so we'll walk out there. So give me a second. I'm dressed still, so.
But it smells good overall.
Miguel had his turn, so I'm just kind of like, alright, it's my turn. I'll jump in and help. So I went to go over there and jump in to help. And I shit you not. When you grab onto the front of it, like if you grab, the whole thing, like straight up is, like I'm not even joking. You're literally on top of it. And like all the guys were like, on the fucking edge of the thing, is holding on to it.
I can see you though.
And we're just like, yeah, it's fucking the worst.
That's funny.
Yeah, go ahead, open this. So I was just like, this is the fucking worst thing ever. I don't ever want to use this thing again. This fucking sucks.
Why is it like that? I did get it from the one on WG though, so you know that'll make sense there.
Yep, it's true.
I know.
Did you buy me 32 ounces?
I got the big one.
Which is 24 ounces. So this is a 32 ounce cup.
Well, it looks like it has a 24 ounce cup in a 34 ounce cup. And they probably put it in there so it stays cold.
Is that what they did? Oh. Oh.
Yeah, big brain.
Oh. You didn't even close the door.
I literally I farted and I used the tissue to silence it. There's a problem with my innovation.
Could have closed the door.
Okay. I'll close it when I close. I finished work at 7:40 today.
That's good.
That's the earliest I've ever finished with my own power. I kind of want to just not show up to McDonald's anymore.
I'm on stream.
Is anybody in the chat?
Yes.
Sorry. Last time I checked, my 2 people were watching. And I don't know if the 2 are active. Sorry. Want me to cover myself?
Yes.
Okay, so no running shorts.
Nope.
It feels like spring out there. Florida spring.
That's a gun that you can make that's not popular. I think I've only seen one Lego one, maybe 2. Vizzy 58 is also not very popular, so you could technically do that one as well. Alright, well, we're going to set this to render, and that'll be in the night.
I'm so happy I stopped. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I caught myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's your card. I honestly just wanted to have the Pepsi in here. came home the other day and I was like, there's nothing to drink. Emergency Pepsi. Did you mute?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's true. CAG PDW is just not very well known in general. Alright. Well, that'll be back. I'll see you guys later.